VELA2, that, as you know, seeks to generate connectivity, the connectivity that it's required to ensure that all the countries in Latam and the Caribbean have access and usage of the capacities that mean the connectivity between Europe and Latam. And I wanted to start telling you that yesterday we saw the news of the inclusion of Colombia to VELA2. And this is something that we are so pleased about. We are so happy to have Colombia in the infrastructure that we've been building in the last 2 years. And I think that this has made the ecosystem of technology and innovation in Latin America grow. And I wanted to tell you that the modality of this activity, it's going to be an open dialogue. And we have been developing, we've been developing Okay, we've been developing an open dialogue with different sectors of the society because the building of this ecosystem that wants to connect the capacities and the knowledges and the of our region to make more efficient in or to be able to leverage the development of a digital transformation strategy is essential, and for this to happen, all the social stakeholders have to be involved, and that means to ensure participation of the academia, of the civil society, and of the private sector. This is not something that we can face independently. And nowadays, I am going to try to tell you and to explain you what's the strategy that we're following, so that this can produce a transforming change. And okay, the questions that first we're going to be working on, and that I would like to be very dynamic in how you want this to be covered. It's something that we can see it as we're advancing in the presentation, or we can leave the interventions for the end. But the main questions are going to be associated to see how can we enable and how can we promote an adequate conversion strategy for the development of infrastructure in the region. The truth is that no country, not even a region, but if they want to stimulate the participation of many stakeholders of different nature, not only financial resources, and with regards to the infrastructure of connectivity. And in this sense, the first question, it's associated, how can we enable this process? How do we ensure the media and the mechanisms so that we can develop a collaborative infrastructure that can be used for all the participating parties? The second question, it's more focused on the role that the government and the civil society have to play when participating in the digital ecosystem they're building. And finally, to talk or to think about what are the types of applications of the needs that offered by VELA could be useful for the region. The main purpose of VELA2 is to change this immersion efforts. It's to turn them into something that can be useful for the region. And I'm going to tell you some cases or examples of how we are doing this in several countries where we are working with the implementation of the project. Okay, a little bit as you will know, when we've been talking about this, we can say that the connectivity that we've been able to develop between but the cable that connects Portugal with Brazil. And this is a huge potential that if we're able to do it properly, it can be highly useful for both continents. And we have seen during the presentations, during yesterday's presentations and Monday's presentations, we have seen the capability that we have in each of our countries. We have huge resources of different nature and that are waiting to be able to work jointly, to be able to to trigger and unleash all its capacities. And in connectivity, it's the way that we can do this. And we've talked a lot about digital transformation, about the topics associated to the regulatory aspects that is essential, because the regulation is going to allow us to have a deployment of the connectivity that is so important for the region. But also we need to think about and how to produce the human capital, or help to develop the human capital that it's required, so that this digital transformation, it's real. And in this sense, what the networks do, it's to connect universities, research centers amongst themselves and with the rest of the society, not only and exclusively to exchange or to manage information amongst them, but to do you say sense this to, and amongst the vision that we have, it to achieve a level of coordination or engagement that it's so granular as possible. And granular as possible means that we are able to achieve a more active cooperation between the different sectors, between the different stakeholders at the regional level, to be able to build this capacity. And therefore, I want to ask myself, how much are we reinventing the wheel when we are talking about where we're talking about data science, when the management of other type of knowledge that it's associated to digital transformation. Okay, we do it because each country does its effort. What couldn't we do? And if there it's a collaboration space where we complement instead of repeating what the others are doing. If we took into account all this investment of all these products in terms of how much is this costing to advance in the topics that we are advancing, I'm sure there's going to be a superavit to invest, that could help in the development of the region. And therefore, this was like a first reflection that I wanted to share with you. Yesterday, and we've been talking about all the different kinds of gaps, and particularly, and we can say the connectivity gap. And I was mentioning this in a brief intervention that I had. And they have different kinds of levels. There is an access breach, and to technology, and we do know that there's a third of the world population that still doesn't have an appropriate connectivity, or there's or it's inexistent. However, the access doesn't solve anything. How if the access won't help anything if there's no capacity to use the technology. On the other hand, if there's no quality of the use, because the use can be to demand and not to produce. And therefore, what we should be looking for in the region is to be able to produce based on the use of technologies, because at the end, this is what's going to help us to develop, or it's going to help us produce economic growth. And this is something that requires knowledge. And what we want it's to say to the countries that are available here, and to all the stakeholders that are participating here, we want to show the amount of knowledge that our infrastructure has to produce significant changes. We connect at least to 2,000 higher education institutions, and basically all the countries in the region, with the exception of some, like it's the case of the Caribbean, where we haven't been able to establish a connectivity that it's enough, that it's big enough and significant enough, so that we can have this type of synergies. And in this sense, that's the only way in which we can close the digital gap. We can have a lot of cables and devices and infrastructure, but if we don't know how to use them, if we don't know how to apply them to the productions of goods and services, to changes in the situation of our country, the truth is that we're not doing anything. I can say that it's even more dangerous, than not doing. And a little bit, the goal and the scope of VELA It and you know, you can see the scope of VELA. We usually put a graph that has a lot of lines, and it's difficult to understand it. Therefore, I would like it to explain this and to say who is connected to VELA, and what's the connection that we're seeking. All the countries that are in dark blue are connected to VELA. We're talking about Chile. We're talking about Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, and um, and Panama. And okay, with significant capacities, we're talking about connections that are that 100 gigas commitments that make this system like we're not talking about connection to internet, to commercial internet, or to providing services to people massively. We're talking about the connections between universities and research centers to be able to put them at the service of the society. The next phase. And the next phase wants to include mainly all the countries that are in VELA 2, that it's that we are seeking to complement the connectivity that we have nowadays with Peru, that it's that it's basically non-existent, and to be able to and and eventually and to connect and to this first level. Okay, but and then we have another mission to include the countries that are in yellow, and here I can see in yellow, and and therefore we're talking about the countries in the Caribbean, Mexico, that nowadays don't have a lot of connectivity towards Red Clara or Vela. They don't connect much, and then some of the countries that then South America that have had less possibilities to advance, as is the case of Paraguay and Bolivia. And once again, we are in this stage thinking about and to connect to the infrastructure. And it's very important, and the strategy that we are following, that these investments that we're doing are as efficient as possible. And okay, historically, we can say that these have built their infrastructure based on contracting long-term capabilities. It's to say we are seeking, and therefore what we are seeing, it's that nowadays are multiples of 100 gigas around all the region. We open up bids, we open the vendors to invite us offers for connectivity that last for the next and that's the case of what we did with the submarine cable. In this, we acquired the space that it was required in the spectrum to be able to have a connectivity between Europe and Latam of 8 terabytes per second. And this is like at 180, I think, more or less, like more or less 100. Okay, 100 channels of 100 gigas, and nowadays only one. It's lightened up, but we can, and this is a huge volume for connectivity, and okay, safe connectivity, right? Because it's private, and it's between 2 points that we handle between Europe and Latam, and we can see that once it's managed by Red Clara, and then by JANT, which is the research and that connects above more than 10,000 universities of Europe to their infrastructure. And okay, and what is the weakness of this approach? The weakness of this approach is that we don't create a new infrastructure. That's the traditional model, and and that's why it's located to the side of the demand. With the project, what we want, it's to invest in new infrastructures, and the investment in new infrastructures, it's done based on the ID of the different projects that are in the process of implementing in Latam and the Caribbean. And what's the main idea that is behind all this? We need to invest in projects that wanted to close the digital gap and also the social and the relevant social impact in the country, and all these capacities that we're able to acquire in these countries or in these projects. We want to exchange them for the capacities that we need in the connection points that we need to expand. And therefore, with this strategy, we align the investment efforts to create an academic network that connects the countries amongst them. And at the same time, we support in the development of new telecommunications process and in the reduction of the digital gap. And this is a very important component. If you can see, and we can see the cable nowadays, and we can see this is a representation that I would like Felix to see it. This is a very small cable, but okay. But you can see that this is a representation of what can be a reasonable proportion of a submarine cable that we removed for education. And the truth is that we are talking about something that it's nothing more than the 2.5%. This is okay. A submarine cable can be between 300 million euros of a new one. And this means that in this capacity there should be many other stakeholders, because a cable, it's not going to maintain itself with the interest of the governments or with the interest of the academia. This is something that requires a space. That's why we need governance models that work through public-private partnerships that allow us to grow this infrastructure in a very sustainable manner. And even thinking in the regulatory aspects, we know that there is the possibility, and we should think about it, that we may have some capacities in the cables that are being deployed in the region to make them very small. That doesn't affect the quality of the investment or the characteristics of the business that we have for each of those cables, but they give us the capacity to generate this regional network that it's so important for all of us. I think that there is something there for the companies, and that's why it's so important to have a dialogue strategy, because we need to sit down and think what are the values that we are seeking for, and for a private company, and taking into account the huge deficit that we have of human capital for certain topics. Well, a partnership with the academic sector for specialized or for the creation of human capital, even it's something that could be highly relevant, and it's something that can also be a payment. It can also be sent by currency. It can also be used to, and okay, this is a very important concept. And as I was telling you we can see with a cable with 16 pairs of fibers, 2.5 of the investment in a project that costs 200 million euros. We're talking about a cost of 5 million euros. And of course, we don't have the operation costs, we don't have the costs associated to other components. But what we have there, what we do have, it's the permanence of that connectivity during the useful life of the cable. That it's another element that has been difficult to manage historically, because usually both the states, as the national, as many other stakeholders, it's not easy for them to manage the investments in time. And that's why it's so important that we talk about the development of a project like this one. We ensure its functioning, and we ensure its usability during the life cycle, which is what we have in Vela. 25 years of this this capacity that I mentioned of 8 terabytes per second that costs zero, almost zero, and connecting Europe and Latam. It's the same thing that we have to check out in the connections that we obtained with Vela 2. This is a very important message that I wanted to share. Okay, therefore the component that I've mentioned, it's is as I was telling you, tomorrow we are going to have a map of all the projects that are about to be implemented in the whole of Latam, and probably, I don't know, maybe in a week or two, we are going to be publishing we're going to be doing a calling, an open information requirement to the whole Latam and the Caribbean, so that that the telecommunications suppliers can share, of course, under confidentiality conditions, all the characteristics and all the scope that they have with the different and as you can see, there's a lot of investment nowadays in telecommunications. As a matter of fact, the implementation costs of the submarines cables have increased because when we take all the platform providers, they are using a lot. As a matter of fact, they just announced a new submarine cable in Filmina where we have a lot of investors, and as that one, it's going to keep growing in an exponential manner because those companies and others, they're required to have mechanisms to handle the amount of data that each time it's going to be more, and it's going to be more necessary to have in the whole region. Therefore, there's so many projects, and there's so many projects of a lot of that very impactful, and I'm not going to mention any, not to talk about each of them above the others, but once we receive all this documentation and information about the projects, we're going to prioritize all the projects regarding the variables that I've just mentioned, and that the project is sustainable because they have a positive business case, because if not, we're going to waste our money, and after that there's a social impact, and that there's a relevance, from the point of view of the development of the project. And this is an element that it's very different in this project and to other projects that we've developed in the past. And okay, then we have the conception of the ideas of the digital ecosystems, that it's essential. And okay, we are promoting the idea that the national networks for research have to become national research and ecosystems. And the reason why we do this is that only because the ecosystemic vision can we ensure that we extract all the value in the production possibilities that technology has. And why? Through the notion of an ecosystem, because okay, the ecosystems make reference to the possibility that the parties grow based on the nature and the support that's given by the environment. And this environment, it's the one that we're starting to create based on this dialogue. We need to create the conditions so that the stakeholders can get together, or they can separate off the digital ecosystem regarding their interests, and that those interests may work, as dynamically as possible, and that's the nature of the ecosystem, and that it's usually organized according to specific dominion about the several areas. And a little bit, we have a definition in the project that it's very clear about the type of ecosystem that we are trying to build based on the investment that we are doing in Vélez 2 second phase. Okay, this idea in an ecosystem means the need that the ecosystem, first, it's open, it doesn't exclude stakeholders, it doesn't exclude stakeholders, that it's an open invitation so that all the participants of that ecosystem may contribute, may compete, they can operate. It's no way about how the relationship is. It's to say that it allows the participation of everybody. They tend to work in dominions. They need to establish work areas regarding, and they need to be guided by demand, because at the end they need to respond to the needs that the region has in the digital concept, and they are weakly coupled, because what I mentioned, the partnerships happen or disappear dynamically. And well, finally, they are self-organized, which is a very important concept that has been inherited. That I have one of the members, which of the directory, that it's Chilean. This is inherited from the Autopoiesis concept. Why are we doing this, and how are we applying it? And this is a very important part of what we want to propose today. We are developing use cases that allows us to use the different infrastructures that we have in the region to take care of very specific issues, for example, food safety or farm. And this means to use this connectivity and also the digital platforms that we have in LATAM and that we can obtain through the collaboration to forward the development and the applications of AI for the monitoring of the land through Copernicus, the uses of the Internet of Things, and all are focused and how do we optimize farming productions or how do we reduce the risks of food insecurity that we may have in certain regions, as the dry Central American corridor or the problem of the sargassos for the Caribbean and for the Central American and Mexican. And it's to say we need to make this linked to the real problems of people, not there like a platform that one day somebody's going to use, but we are actively promoting the link of the engagement of the stakeholders to solve this. In the case of smart farming, and that it's basically one of the areas in which we're working, and there are several important components like the knowledge and AI, and that we do have it in the region in a very abundant manner. In infrastructure of high performance computation that we also have in the region, and the use of the Internet of Things, that there's also a lot of projects that are associated to the Internet of Things. The use of big data, taking advantage of the Copernico data, all of this to produce the possibility of having this and to have this precision farming that we need to build. And yes, we are doing some efforts. We worked 3 or 4. We did a bicontinental contest. I'm going to show you some where the question was, what do we do to take advantage and process the Copernico data in a much more efficient manner, in a better manner, and in a way that it can be used for its users. And later on, I'll tell you a little bit about the information. Another topic is water management. And we've been talking a lot with Panama about the possibility of supporting with computations, data management, and the participation of the Associated Research Center. How can we monitor? How can we predict, and how can we try to solve all the difficulties that drought produces in the Panama Canal? This is the combinations of digital transformation technologies used in a very smart manner to be able to solve the issue. In this sense, we can say that this event that I had already mentioned, and just to tell you about the magnitude of what we did, this was a bicontinental event that has the virtue and the advantage of involving all the experts and all the people that are interested in a very natural manner. And we have to set an issue, and that this issue generated some ideas, and we selected two or three, and we launched this 2 or 3 ideas, and where we had the participation of more than 170 people, and we had 53 groups of 14 countries and 2 countries in Europe, where we continued with a process to be able to produce outcomes, and we generated a very interesting app. And that nowadays, we have 2 of the winners of that hackathon, so that they can tell us in a minute what was the app that they developed. But it was like a very useful app for a farmer and in the field, and that basically uses the cell phone and he's in the geographical location to be able to get information to the farmer about its context and in the area where they're at. And okay, in this sense, it's so important to be able to share the infrastructure, which is something that I think that we haven't insisted upon in the topic, that it's the only way in that we can make feasible and develop the infrastructure with less resources, to be able to find a way in which there are more neutral networks that allow the private companies and the very efficient uses for long distance, and above all in projects that are associated with the submarine cables or the development of backbones in the region, and also the need that all this effort, and of course this is something that we've seen it a lot during this meeting. It's that this effort, on the one hand, it's associated and focused in the human being. It's looking and protecting the main rights of the people, of human beings in general, and also. And it's more than significant connectivity because therefore, and also the quality of the information. Therefore, and as you can say, this is associated to what do I use connectivity for, and these are two different things. One thing is to have a good connectivity, and the other thing is what to do with it, and what can be useful for me in my environment and in my development. And this is something that has to be based in data because that's the only way in which we can have the base to be able to take the appropriate decisions for the use of the digital. And okay, here I wanted to represent what's the current infrastructure of supercomputo. As a matter of fact, we have some that have the capacity of supercomputo in the case of the Equatorian network. But besides that, Red Clara gave way to an organization that is called the CELAC, that it's the supercomputer network in Latam and the Caribbean that has 8 big supercomputer centers that are included to this effort. And right now, Red Clara, it's moving forward and adding these resources, connect them for the region for the resolution of the.
And that's going to enable very specific projects so that vast amount of data can be addressed to take care of specific concerns and problems in the region. This is the points we have today, and my point here is the importance of the data for the functioning of an ecosystem. Connectivity and computing power are not enough, but we also need data as the essentials to build any process or solution that we would like to develop. And an example of what we have been doing in some of the countries in Central America, we had an open dialogue between the various sectors, both at the national level in El Salvador and also at the Central American level. That was a few weeks ago. I lost track of time already, but it was very productive in identifying the interests, initiatives, and the needs and the possibilities of different stakeholders in that dialogue. And this activity includes that from there we produce reports so that we can list the recommendations that we can collect from every stakeholder to guarantee that we are moving in the right direction based on the ecosystem's needs. And as I said, we have some projects that are related to training and human capital training. For example, in Salvador, I'm sorry, we don't have a representation from El Salvador, but in El Salvador there is the cubes. Those are urban centers for welfare and opportunities. That's there to give the opportunity to the youth to develop digital skills and to apply it to their lives, trying to save them from criminal activities. There we are helping with a project that was conducted in Latin America, in Argentina, on robotics for kids and adolescents. So this is an effort for them to get familiar with the digital transformation, and we have tens of hundreds of projects applying this type of capacities in the region. And if we are able to disseminate this in the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean, the impact would be huge. So that's the importance of enhancing and amplifying the collaboration from all the actors that are connected to the system. There are opportunities, of course, in those remote areas. For example, Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. This is a region with 7 million inhabitants, and this is the most underserved region in Mexico. They have a very good connectivity in the north, but a very poor connectivity in the south. So there, Mexico can do a lot to improve. Not moving? Now, the Caribbean.
To English to be able to communicate to the Caribbean the relevance that it has for us to get a connection that is enough to help the Caribbean to grow and to create more social benefits to the population. And one of the problems I was going to mention yesterday is the market size problem. No? One of the things that is creating difficulties to have a good connectivity in the Caribbean is, of course, the size of the market. We have here a classical market failure situation where you need
Mercado en donde tenemos que ver cómo
convene all the interests of the different countries and work together to create this connectivity. Fortunately, there are several projects that are creating additional connectivity in the Caribbean. And what we need to do is to identify what is the best path in order to get this connectivity at the lower cost possible and getting this as soon as possible. No? That is something that we need to do. And I would like to propose, in the sense of beginning the work with the Caribbean, that we can create a working group with all the representatives that are here, but also with the other ones that maybe could be joining us, in order to begin to design this path to get the Caribbean as soon as possible also interconnected with the rest of the region and also with the capacities in the subsea cable. No? In the Caribbean also the risks that hurricanes and those kind of things produce can be at least understood better using the data that Copernicus produce daily, no? And we need to, as I mentioned it, to focus the effort in terms of trying to solve the situation that each of the country has. So Vela 2 is looking to have some kind of Vela 2 agenda in each of the countries, because the needs are different, and we need to be flexible in order to be able to cooperate with the development of the region. I'm going to switch again to Spanish. And well, we have, this is the last slide before we begin our conversation. I'm going to project again the questions that we would like to talk with you and incorporate in our process of open dialogues that we are following this year. We are going to follow the next year, working to go to Central America, to the Caribbean and other countries to understand the situation and to try to define and produce a good solution. Los elementos estratégicos, los ejes.
the strategic pillars we are using is innovation, of course. That's fundamental. We need this digital ecosystem to promote and develop innovation so that there is economic welfare and real solutions so that there can be growth in the region without neglecting sustainability, which we know it is an issue that if we don't tackle properly, these projects can just fade away because they don't lack the proper sustainability strategy, or because they were not properly designed since their inception. Now we have governance. If we're speaking about change or conversion, all the actors must have some type of control. Then we have data and computing power. That's something we also have to look at. And the last one, which is human capital. I think that's the most important for me out of all the objectives we have with this project. So with that, I close my presentation. I would like to give the floor to Laura, to the winners of a hackathon. So please, in 2 minutes, tell us what is the solution that you produced, and from there we can go back to the questions. I'm going to leave them on the screen so that you can read them, so that we can have a debate. We're very interested in your opinions. Please give me back the presentation. I need to put it back. There you go. Thank you. Go back. That one. Leave it there, please, for you to see it. I can go to the other seat.
Es que no hay mouse.
Pero es importante de viva voz, porque necesitamos también tener la posibilidad de dialogar. Nos quedan 20 minutos de la sesión. Así que,
Ahí está.
Hola, mi nombre es Gabriel.
Hello, I'm Gabriel Perilla, and my partner, Luis Hernandez. Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm Luis Hernando Romero. I'm a researcher of the Alexander von Humboldt Research Institute. Well, we were 5 in the team, and now we're just 2 here. We won the hackathon to build a data display platform, Copernicus, climate data to help family farming. So we developed an app. Well, we wanted to share it with you, but okay. It is an app that we developed, and the purpose was that any person, it is a free open app. It is not for a cell phone, only for computers, software, and right now it only applies to Colombia, but it's got the potential to expand to other countries. And it also can work on a mobile phone, but this is to display data produced by Copernicus, and this data is very relevant because from there we can retrieve 50-year-old data, which is unusual to have such a long period, both for farming, family farming, but okay, we found certain challenges. The data is very valuable, but the spatial scale might not be optimal, but it can be applied for local governments or provinces or departments or regions, and we think that the app can be handy for local governments for land use planning, for example. And that's what I can tell you for now. The app has shown some of the challenges that we have had with the Copernicus information, but it also gives us the opportunity to try to identify the best way to use artificial intelligence so that we can adjust or improve the data that's already available, and how we can apply that to this smaller scale. And for that, we are uh, learning about databases and storing of information locally, and information also produced by the citizens themselves. So with that, we can feed the app on the database so that we can use not only the data in Copernicus, but also through citizens science and citizen information. So with that, we can get to the final objective of the application, which is family farming, which is the livelihood of hundreds of thousands of people here in the country. Thank you. Well, that's digital transformation in action. Very soon, and to tell you more, Red Clara is implementing more hackathons to help develop this connections to create more solutions. Now we're going to have another one in January for food security. We are working with the food organization and some of the organizations concerned with food security to build solutions that help control the food security risks in the region. In particular, not sure how it is moving, but initially we spoke about developing the Central American Dry Corridor and the problems around this corridor in this operation. So let's open the dialogue, and we appreciate any critics, any idea, any contribution. We need your ideas so that we can build something that is solid and robust enough so that we can develop further. The first question that I would like to ask is, how can we facilitate and promote this conversion from all this co-investment of the different stakeholders? Some of them can compete among themselves, like telecom companies, but there are other actors that have a political weight, maybe governments, and there we need the participation and support of multilateral banking and other sources of financing to support these projects. Please go ahead. Cuba first. Thank you for your kind explanation of Bella, and I want to congratulate the winners of the hackathon for their interesting experience, and hopefully that expands to other countries as well. I've liked it that in this event there has been a focus on the Caribbean, because I think it is a region with very specific characteristics. Now, I also liked the possibility or the wish that Bella has to incorporate Cuba. Well, all countries would like to be connected to Bella. It is important for every country to be connected there and all the possibilities that open up, and Cuba is one of them, because we need that connectivity. In the case of Cuba, we have the political will for that. We have the political will for that. And then we have the limited resource. But there is another factor that no other country has, and which is the sanctions from the US against Cuba. We have we have more than 10 cables around Cuba that connect the US with Central America and South America. However, we cannot connect to any of them. Some of them just uh, go less than 12 nautical miles. But we cannot connect. But we have all those sanctions. We cannot connect to those cables. Currently, Cuba only has a connection with two cables, Arimao and Alba 1. That's not enough for the connectivity plans and the digital development plans of a country. Of course, it is not just about the connectivity. We're going to have to ask the telecoms operators. Thing is that if operators and businesses connect with Cuba, they're going to be sanctioned in the US. That's a reality. So that's an additional element. But I'm very happy because I know that you know this, and we want to grow as a country. And Alba 1, the cable, they're connected and they are brave. But there is limited funding in the Caribbean. We all want to be connected. Cuba has a significant scientific development through COVID. We developed 5 vaccinations and 3 of them are registered. And we have very significant development in some areas in spite of poor connectivity. We prioritized the education and research centers and universities. We prioritized all that precisely to support the scientific development, but that's not enough. As my colleague said, he spoke about citizen science. So connectivity has to reach out to every person because every person can contribute to science. Cuba, at the beginning of this century, was one of the countries with the worst connectivity in the world. We have advanced a lot in this global connectivity index of the ITU, and we want to continue to grow, but the broadband connectivity is very, very low still. And this is something we want to improve through this type of cooperation. So we want to be more present in the region and grow in connectivity, grow in the participation of these type of projects because we have, how can I say this? This is not just about, we're not just sitting there waiting for you to help us. We have a lot to contribute. We want to do it and we want to push scientific development in the region. We can do joint projects. I mean, we're doing it, but we have those limitations. Thank you. Please, Trinidad and Tobago, please. Sorry, Ecuador. Ecuador. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the presentation and the questions. You spoke about Ecuador several times in your presentation, and it's an exceptional situation that you're naming my country, given our size. But this is an excellent job we have done in Ecuador. We have Juan Pablo Carballo at the table. But to answer these questions, I think that we need more information. I spoke with the delegates about Ecuador, but they don't know what Bella is for. So I wanted Juan Pablo to please explain just in 5 minutes how you did it in Ecuador, because the government was not present there. So it's important that everybody knows that. So can you tell us about the experience we had, if you agree, Mr. Chair? Less than 5 minutes because we have to move on with the questions and we just have 10 minutes to go. So do it in 2 minutes, please. Thank you very much and good morning, everybody. Ecuador's case is exceptional, but it's not the only one. It's very similar to the situation in Chile. This is private and corporations of universities. In Ecuador, we have 12 universities, 2 technology institutes and 6 schools. We provide connectivity through Bella to more than 480 university campuses, and only in the 47 universities, that is 92% of the population, of a student population doing higher education in Ecuador. The universities and the member institutions receive a portfolio of services in exchange of a monthly fee. The model is a collaborative model based on scale economies. The CELIA was created in 2002 through the ALICE 2 project financed from the EU, and the initial goal was to reduce internet costs and to integrate these countries to the World Academic Network. Now here we've developed a vast portfolio covering more than 70 services, including supercomputing. For example, we are connected to the land Bella in Ecuador, the most powerful computer for academic research in our country. There are scientists from 32 institutions, and they process mathematical models and other things, biological and climate processes. There is lots of capacity for processing Copernicus data, for example, because if we want that to have an impact, we must understand that public institutions, for example, themselves don't have the capacity they need. Data scientists that are in the universities, most of them in our region. So having all those universities connected to Bella, that facilitates, for example, the processing of scientific data. And then other services that help through crisis, for example, during the pandemic. Just to give you something, there are more than 750,000 students did virtual classes through platforms provided by CELIA, connected to the Bella cable in 4 data centers. We also have connectivity to the cloud. So the potential is huge, because that also generates economies of a scale that are represented in cost reductions for the country. Building infrastructure for every public university is just a waste of money and time. But if we have the support of national networks like CUDI and Relata, CEDIA, and those whole networks in the different countries, so we just consolidate the infrastructure that is there and that optimizes costing. That's a very brief introduction, and I hope that shed a bit of light. Thank you. We have Trinidad and Tobago.
Thanks. Congratulations as well to the winners of the hackathon. I think what they've developed is incredibly interesting. We would probably like to have some more information on that. I think Bella provides, in fact, can serve as a game changer, because connectivity is really fundamental in terms of digital transformation as we speak about building human capacity, human capital, and actually achieving real sustainable development. For Trinidad and Tobago, we see this as an ability to have meaningful access. Trinidad and Tobago has a single landing point, and we are probably the country that is furthest south with respect to the Caribbean, and we are also 2 islands. So anything that happens with our connectivity, that happens along the chain, and if anything happens with that connectivity, there is nothing for Trinidad and Tobago in terms of our access to the internet or anything else. So for us, we see this as being able to provide last mile connectivity with respect to some of our underserved areas, some resilient digital infrastructure, but just to make a connection with something I said before, the access that we can have to universities within Europe and Latin America, the access to supercomputing can really help with research and development within the Caribbean, within Trinidad and Tobago. And again, it is really about building our strengths, using and having access to what others have done. And I think this connectivity through Bella will provide the avenue for that to happen. Yes, cost is going to be an issue, and I know that that's something we will have to discuss within the Caribbean region. How do we ensure that we are part of this process? Because I do believe the benefits will be such that maybe in 5–10 years, we won't even be thinking about what the cost was. Thank you.
Thank you. No puedo leer la...
I cannot read. Who's raising their hand there? Go ahead, please.
First of all, my congratulations to the hackathon winners. When I was much younger, 10 years ago, I participated in a hackathon. We won, and the impact of a hackathon on a person's life is very significant. So I congratulate the winners, and I know the same impact will come to you in a positive sense. The other part I want to address is Copernicus and the computing power. I look forward to create that same opportunity also for the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean, because we would love to participate in those hackathons or even create our specified version of it, linking to specified agendas and challenges that we might have. So that's one request I do have. In Suriname, where I'm from, we have 2 to 3 hackathons a year from 3 specified institutions in our country. And it's definitely more focused on hackomation, but this can be a good addition to it, making more sense. So that's one request: access to the to specified hackathons for the region, and access to a possible Copernicus sandbox if that's an opportunity. Second thing I want to add is you mentioned when you positioned the Caribbean in the slide deck about making it market size is potentially a problem. I want to increase the market size by adding Guyana and Suriname to the table. That will potentially create a bigger market size. And from private sector perspective, and now I have to speak from Suriname, we have a strong Dutch to Suriname relation where there are a lot of processes being outsourced to our country. So from a private sector standpoint, we would love to find lower latencies. So this makes a very monetized sense to us. So I would love to also have a dialogue on that and to have Suriname part of the conversation. And for now, maybe myself, but I would love to transfer it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Belize, give just one intervention because we are almost on the time for the session, and make a quick wrap up about the things we talked.
Sure, no problem. I'll be brief. Congratulations as well to the hackathon winners and to the project team in leading Bella 2. I think it's an excellent opportunity for the Caribbean. I did notice that Belize is not highlighted within the project scope, but I take it as an opportunity for me to return home to have discussions with my internal counterparts to see how Belize can also leverage the opportunities that exist. From a government standpoint, we're moving forward in establishing our science and technology and innovation roadmap and strategy. We now have a ministry, and I know that their priority is research and development, specifically in the areas of climate change, disaster resiliency and recovery, and of course agriculture, because of the impact of the sector to Belize's economy, but even so the position that we lie. And I know there is a big push for our universities to really be able to connect better. So I just wanted to say that thank you for the presentation. It has been an eye-opening for me to see where an opportunity now lies for my country, and I will definitely take that message back home so that we can become more active within this project.
Thank you. Now I need to proceed to the closing of the session. We will provide the report about the interventions that we had today in order to incorporate all of them in the dialogue and also in the vision that we are building together. I would like to make an invitation to all of you to contribute and participate in this project. It's an open project for everybody. So we need to have ideas, we need to have recommendations. You can count on us to help to build the infrastructure required to make these processes of digital transformations a reality. And I hope we can count on you in order to get also contributions and ideas. I don't know if my partners here want to add final and closing words.
Buenos días.
Good morning. I just wanted to highlight 3 things that are relevant in my opinion for the network. First, collaboration is not an easy thing. We have an example here of a best practice of collaboration among countries. And this goes to what Cuba said. The academia has no borders. That's another element that facilitates the actions of this type of networks and that facilitates the sharing. Collaboration, academia without boundaries, sharing is the DNA of the Red Clara and all the academic networks. So why not use this opportunity? Why do we have to reinvent the wheel if it's already turning? I wanted to say that. Thank you. Now I give the floor to Said, our host and director of Red Nata, the national network for Colombia. Thank you. I just want to say that we're the country that, in the framework of this Digital Alliance Days of EU and EU-LAC, we have announced through the ITC Minister, Mr. Mauricio Liscano, the accession of Colombia to BELA through its national network, which I lead. And when I hear my colleagues from the Caribbean, I've heard them along these 3 days. I have 3 main messages for you. First, the fundamental reason why we joined BELA is because it is an exponential factor of the resources that we have as a country. That's good luck, don't worry, it's okay. This is an exponential factor of the resources we have as a country to advance the digital agenda, specifically in 4.0 revolution, Internet of Things, blockchain, artificial intelligence, supercomputing, and of course, we are at the forefront of these issues. Being part of BELA now means to be at the forefront of technology development, which is important. That means that we have moved to the forefront thanks to BELA. That's very important. Number 2, we always discuss about the infrastructure and the capacity. of the infrastructure and where we should be focusing with our investment. And as Juan Pablo said, the Ecuadorian network director, at the end of the day, it is the sum of the factors. And if we are able to take advantage of the already existing network, which is the offer that Bella is providing through the Clara Latin American network for all the countries. So there, the problem looks smaller. And the problem is not infrastructure anymore. Now the problem is how we are going to use the infrastructure, how we're going to apply the infrastructure, and that's what we are doing now. Not only as the advanced technology academic network, but as Luis explained, the third component, the last thing that I want to give you is a system like Bella has the advantage that it materializes the dream of integrating academia, governments, and businesses, but with real applications. We believe in the sustainability of the projects. We believe in red data and academic research, applied research, because we understand this is the way we can solve the country's problems and respond to the needs of the region. So when you have these components, things are easier. And in addition to that, we were the last to come, but I'm sure we're going to be leading with our universities. And now I would like to send a message to all my partners and the representatives from the Caribbean countries. Count on the red nata. We have done a vast study on applicability, and this is my final message. It is worthless if you do these isolated efforts, and I think the EU brings all these programs so that we can do joint projects. So from Colombia, we would be delighted through Red Nata to co-participate with you in projects that allows us to bring funding from the European Union. Thank you very much. Thank you, Said. And we have now a recess before the next session that's starting at 9:30. 10:30, I think he said. Okay, thank you for your words and contributions.
buenos días.
Good morning.
Are we ready to start, pick up where we left, i.e. the cocktails? I hope you all had a great evening yesterday. I have heard some rumors about some dancing going on, but I also heard it was holograms. It's all artificial. Okay. So if I may quickly start with the third session before last, yeah, antepenúltima for the translators, where I was planning to present to you some of the operational conclusions, but I wanted to remind you before we do that, first, we have 2 sessions before it's finished. One is on Copernicus, which I think is a very relevant session, and a second one, which is also very relevant, is on the twin transition, green and digital. If I may say, I think we've all discussed about bytes, kilobytes, gigabytes, and terabytes. We have not discussed the environmental footprint of all that and how we need to reflect on all this business that we are creating needs to be energized. And if we're going to fuel it with fossil fuels, it's not a terrible idea. So we will need to think also on how to make all this happen. As you know, data centers, artificial intelligence, servers, all this kind of thing are energivores. So we need to think about that, and I think it's important that we put it there. Second announcement, it's about gender and digitalization. Somebody left a mobile in the women's room, so I have a mobile here. If you still want to talk to your loved people and send all the good things we're doing today in Cartagena, your mobile is here. It's a Samsung, very modern, right? So if anyone has left behind in the women's toilet, left behind a mobile, it's with us. I would not like to take it with me, but it looks nice. Third, and most importantly for today, we have put together very quickly, as you can imagine, while we were all drinking yesterday evening, the team was putting together a short summary of what we've been discussing. I had asked for the operational conclusions of the meeting today. These are not agreed conclusions of any sort. These are not fixed in stone. We just tried to capture the sense of the discussion and some of the summaries that I did on behalf of all. I would like you to take a couple of minutes or 4 minutes. I can be generous and give you double. To look at them. They don't pretend, as I said the other day, that they don't pretend to do poetry. They don't pretend to cover everything. They just pretend to capture what we've discussed and identify a way forward. You will see that for each of the 5 elements, we have captured a bit the sense of the discussion. The EU-LAC cooperation opportunities, next steps, and also co-leads. Thank you very much to those of you who have volunteered to co-lead. Co-leading from Latin America, Caribbean, and from Europe means that you will be these countries will be a bit in charge of kicking the can forward, delivering a bit of results. talking a bit about organizing the work in each of the strands. It does not mean that those of you who have also manifested interest in working in each of these strands or maybe co-leading, you cannot participate with us. On the contrary, it means that you can certainly work. It's just that, we don't lead a team of 78 people co-leading, because then there's no co-lead. It's just, assembly, which, as you all know, is very nice, but it's not operational. It also carries certain responsibilities of organizing the work, organizing the meetings, but there, as you can see, we, together with the co-leads in each strand, will be there to help you. There may be, funding requirements, logistical requirements, as we have organized this today with Spain. Thanks a lot, Spain, again. We would like to do likewise with all of you, and that's where I think your involvement requires a bit more than just, sitting in the chair and, as someone told me this morning in the breakfast, being hilarious. Thanks a lot for the comment. So this is this is what it is. I would like to, on top of this, announce that the Dominican Republic will host the first meeting on cyber in February, around mid-February. Maybe not ideal for some of you down under in South America, but yeah, okay. So that was what Vice Minister Montilla told me to explain to everyone. So we will work with Dominican Republic and with Expertise France and Costa Rica, of course, and we will keep you informed. All those of you who want to collaborate, add on, please, happy to do so. We will circulate some contact points and we will make sure that this carries forward. I also understand that Costa Rica on e-governance is going to try and organize something with IGA, with Estonia, around April. Very good. Thanks a lot for that. And you will see that on connectivity, there was no LAC partner or LAC volunteer or LAC victim. Depends. But we do have one who manifested themselves, Ecuador. So thank you, Ecuador, which means that as far as we are concerned, and I'm looking a bit also to our Colombian colleague who needs to organize us towards 2025, as we are concerned, the objectives for today are met, in the sense that we know more or less what we want to talk about. We know who is going to organize it, and we also know who is going to support that organization. And I think that is thanks to all of you. You have, I think, played the game very honestly with all of us. We've played this game, and I have particularly enjoyed it. I hope you have too, because I thought it was very honest, very useful, and let's take it from there. In terms of substance, we have tried to follow a bit the comment I had done on Monday, is try to be reasonably ambitious with a deliverable on what are the things EU, Latin American, and the Caribbean can do together or can create together, understanding that many of those objectives have a problem with the asymmetry. And therefore, we will need to work on a number of, let's say, back office elements to make sure that we all understand what is needed in every country to be able to meet this deliverable. Some countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, or in Europe, I'm going to use the digital identity mechanism or whatever we call it. Some countries in Europe, I mean, nobody's ready to do this. We are working on it. Some countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have the idea or have approached us to say, we would be ready, we could also do it. And some countries haven't heard of it or don't know if they can jump on the train. And I think what we could be doing is we could also be financing studies to understand what is required, who does not have it, what is needed, and how can we make it happen. It can happen in 1 year or in 10. But if we keep the political commitment, I think that is something that we would be organizing the work like this. So for example, Costa Rica and Estonia with the European Commission, when working on this interoperable digital identity mechanism, there's a number of challenges there. Some countries don't have a problem with the challenges, others have problems with all the challenges. So we would need to look at how do we cooperate among ourselves to make sure that countries can hop on if they wish to hop on. How can we do it? And that is it. We can please take a look at it. Comments, questions. I see a flag. This looks like the sea. I see a flag there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. This is the CARICOM Secretariat. I just wanted to ask if we could agree collectively to make a note and put in a similar section for the Caribbean session that we had yesterday. I thought it was very insightful and instructive. And in particular, we had proposed and asked, I don't know if we were answered, for the development of a toolbox, and I would like it mentioned. And we also spoke about a possible meeting in January to pull ourselves together. It helps us when we go back to capitals to be able to follow up effectively, and I think it lends itself to a lot of goodwill, because I think the EU-LAC process has been true to itself for the first time in many years in having that Caribbean session, and we shouldn't let it go by without being recorded in the conclusions. Thank you.
In my country, I don't know how to translate this, in my country you have a saying, el que levanta la mano barre el cuartel.
Whoever raises their hand has to do the job.
Thank you. So if you can please give us a bit on this format on the Caribbean session, challenges, EU-LAC cooperation opportunities, next steps, and co-leads, and you can do it in the next 30 seconds. No, okay, I'll give you a bit more. 1 minute, allez. If you can give, you can give us that, I'm very happy to add on. By way of addition, before I hand over the floor to our Uruguayan colleague, you will see that we have opted in the next steps to add something on training, capacity building, etc., etc. We need to think about this, but I think we wanted to record that in each one of these strands there's a solid need for capacity building of the administrations, but also training of experts in the society. So that's where I wanted to go. But Herbert, you, Uruguay.
Thank you, Felix. I want to help do the job.
We are going to co-lead AEI with Chile because we have the presidency of EU-LAC, and Chile will be the next president of EU-LAC, but maybe it's my mistake, sorry. But if you allow me, I would like to barrer el cuartel junto con Chile también.
I would like to do the job together with Chile too.
Cobas? So it's fine with me. The more the merrier. Just don't get too crowded before you start barriéndose unos a otros. Guatemala.
Thank you. Good morning. We want to do the job too. We want to mop and do whatever. We want to support Costa Rica on e-governance. It is of our interest. We have the same needs. We're doing it. So if it's no problem, we would like to also participate. Good. If you all want to volunteer, just go ahead. You know that we know that if there are no volunteers, and then when everybody's volunteering, so that brings in everybody else. We know this in Europe. I mean, it happens so every day in Brussels. Nobody throws the first stone until you see the other one throwing the stone. But you need to take into account, and I think this is a consolidated position from Europe, and it is that we've tried not to everybody to co-lead everything. Otherwise, this is just a mini assembly that becomes too complex. So it's common sense. Just be careful with that. Mexico. Thank you, Felix. Mexico is interested in doing the job also with Ecuador on connectivity.
Vincent or Trinidad? It's who? Trinidad. Yes.
Thank you. Just indicate our interest in serving as one of the co-leads on the cybersecurity for the CARICOM.
Okay. If I can then, Chile.
Sí, bueno, en primer lugar.
Thank you very much, first of all, for this summary. I think it reflects the challenges we've raised. There are a few things we want to add. Is there going to be some time to get a feedback from each of these themes? And we want to also offer or volunteer from Chile to do cybersecurity, specifically the experience on the legislative process to create institutions in this field. Thank you. About that second point, I think here we have an agenda that looks short and systematic, but there is a lot of work here. So every co-lead can then develop this further. I'm saying this because here at the table you have first civil society and the private sector and the academia. I think that we all agree that your participation or the participation is more than welcome in everything we're going to do. They have a lot to help in Europe and in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I think that if you agree, we're going to continue to do. We're going to continue to invite them. At some point, there is a bigger decision in the political sense to be made, but I would like them to be present with us. And I think that from Europe is a clear message. I understand that we have several international organizations that have a lot of knowledge in digital in both regions, and I think it's important that they are here because they have vast amounts of information that they have collected by working with all of us, and I think we can ask them to be with us and to help us when doing analysis and doing work and studies, so maybe they should be here with us participating. And in relation to the comments, and I wouldn't like to just work in editing and everybody trying to reword, but we all understand this. We are going to bring this home. You can process it because you're gonna want to just add anything and reward it, which is okay. But the intention of this document is not to be an approval, but this is just a guideline for the college that are gonna be doing each of the jobs. If there is another comment to add very quickly, we can do it, as long as this doesn't become a brainstorming session. I have my flight at 5 until 5. I think some of you have to come with me to take the flight to Bogota. That's my limitation now. But thank you. Civil society. Thank you, Felix. Good morning. I'm Angela Alarcón. I come from the Access Now organization, and I wanted to add to those conclusions on the paper some of the conclusions that we also drew from the civil society, around 30 organizations we've invited. It is 3 points. I'll be brief. First, taking into account the principle of not leaving anyone behind, we want to emphasize on the need to continue to incorporate in the dialogue multiple sectors. This is why that, together with thanking the invitation, we want to elevate the formal petition to create a permanent mechanism of consultation and participation with this sector during the whole process coming up in the next 2 years with processes, but the intervention of civil society has the same conditions such as other sectors. It is important to count on the participation of the civil society so that it goes hand in hand with financial support, and that there is some potential time so that we can give back our comments as the process moves forward. Second, incorporating technology has to be based on human rights, and they have to be integrated to the preservation of the human rights since the inception. This is not the same as putting people in the center, or in the case on the discussion of AI, this is not also a race-based approach. I mean, language matters. Number 3, taking into account the interest on this dialogue to discuss the need of training and the skills of the civil society and the academia to transfer knowledge and do research. We reiterate the commitment and the willingness of a civil society to contribute actively in the training and education of actors, as well as helping the states and governments in incorporating new technologies and policies based on rigorous studies, not only along this inter-regional process, but also locally, without forgetting the gender approach. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ecuador. Thank you. I wanted to speak about the status of this document. I see the title is Operational Conclusions, which is an operating term. This is not written in stone, but this is going to guide us into the next meeting. But if we discover a big breakthrough, we're going to have to include it here. As you said, this is a good summary. We don't have to discuss just word by word, but this is flexible. I wanted to just delete that operational conclusions. This is not adding anything. I mean, the title, it is, as you said, and as our colleague from civil society said, we all understand many things that we haven't written here. As I said on Monday, I'm not saying that this is diplomacy, but we know what the statements are, that we'd like to continue to repeat again and again, but I don't want to get into a negotiation of the language and the wording. We just want to have a more flexible operating conclusion. So first I want to state the commitment with the format of the meeting. That is, that the civil society, the private sector, academia, international organizations are going to be with us, are going to participate, and we're going to work with them directly. I think the civil society has a very valid petition, and it is that they have the possibility to see the documents beforehand, and they also want to participate actively, but then the co-leads have to ensure the different strategies. I think we're going to have to find a contact network and understand who is responsible for what, and to follow up on the Digital Alliance Days. And I think that would be it if everybody agrees. Maybe Chile, you want to add anything? Or I think it's better. Yes, we agree that this is a flexible document, and co-leads have to work this further and come up with a concrete action. So I totally agree with you. Good. Sweden, then Spain.
The comments about the connectivity. And the main challenge highlighted, it says secure connectivity. Are we talking about trusted vendors there, or what is secure connectivity? Last. To secure that there is connectivity.
Well, my understanding of English is that secure connectivity can be read as a verb or as an adjective.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it.
Maybe we can add trusted vendors?
Just keep secure connectivity, and we'll make it happen.
Okay.
España.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Felix, for the conclusions and your words, and the whole team for putting the document together. I wanted to refer to the comment of civil society, the Spanish cooperation. This is a feminist foreign policy, so a gender equality approach is essential. Now, it was in the past, and it is into the future in the digital world, so we support fully. Maybe we missed that we didn't talk more about that deficit, about that gender gap, especially in relation to the actions taken. We have a 3G gap in the digital world, that is geographical, generational, and gender. So we have to cover those 3Gs. And I wanted to conclude from the Spanish cooperation and the ASEAD. We wanted to thank you all for your presence, for being here, your very active participation, and your presence through formal interventions at this table and those informal interventions during the coffee break, eating these pastries and the coffee and everything, and everything that we've been creating here. This is one of the values of these training centers. It is to create that trust and build human relationships that are going to last, hopefully. And these training centers, as you have heard, there are 4 in Latin America. We have this one in Cartagena, we have in Guatemala, in Bolivia, and Uruguay. What they have in common is the methodology that's very participatory. So we want to again let you know that you can use these centers to continue to work further and to work into more concrete projects, so that both regions from both sides of the Atlantic will continue to work those participatory methodologies. The point is to listen actively to the partners, and this is why we have our facilitators, so that we can adapt and align with your needs and adapt also to the speed of in Latin America and the rhythm. I know that you enjoyed this last night, but also the pace, the rhythm of the connections and communication in the EU. We've been working together for more than 60 years, very intensely. So sometimes the weather in Brussels forces us to work in other types of weather. There are more things to do, but I wanted to conclude with this and remember that you can count on our training centers in Latin America. Good. Thank you. So if everybody agrees and taking into account we're running a bit late, go ahead, please. I don't see the names. Sika. Yes. Good morning. I just wanted to make a recommendation or comment. We should take a regional approach to these 5 points, because we have representation from different regions here. So consider that as part of the approach of these points, or to these points, so that we can also coordinate the actions down to the national level. Thank you. Totally agree. Good. With that, if you agree, if you all agree, thank you all. Now we have these 2 sessions, and we're done.
Ya está.
We have uploaded already, so I have nothing else to say. Just one last word to thank my team. I've had them on the tip of the toes for 2 months. Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. And also the cooperation here. Is Miguel here? Tell Miguel to come here. We have a surprise. I think he's making a new cocktail. We'll let him know. Thank you. So let him know, please. Pass our thank yous. The director of the center, he's done his very best so that we're here, we're lodged, and that we are well fed, and that we're fresh but not too much. Everything matters. And I think he's done a great job, and that's what the Spanish Corporation does, and I know them very well, and I think it's contributed with their know-how so that this first meeting ends being what we wanted. Productive meeting. Thank you very much for coming, and I hope that we can see each other in 2024 with our tight agenda. Thank you all.
So, esto es lo que más me gusta, como Julio Iglesias.
Copernicus is here.
Buenos días a todas y todos.
Okay, we are going to initiate the presentation of Copernicus.
Buenos días.
Okay, good morning. My name is Veronica Lecaros. I am a part of the Regional Center Copernicus for Latam and the Caribbean, Copernicus Lab, Chile. And well, first of all, I would like I want to work for Pieria for the delegate, and also Francisco Guasillos, that works in technological development in Panama, and also for government innovation of Panama. They are part for Copernicus LAC Panama, and that it's our friend, it's our partner in the continent, and I would I want to present Jaime Ortega. Jaime, it's the scientific director of Copernicus LAC Chile. He's also a professor of the physical and science mathematics of Universidad de Chile and the main researcher of the mathematic modeling of Universidad de Chile, the center where Copernicus LAC Chile is hosted. Good afternoon, I guess. Okay, good morning, because it's almost it's still not noon. Okay, I would like to thank you for this here. I wanted to present what it's Copernicus in Chile, and also my friend Carlos, which is our partner in Panama. I also would like to thank a group of people from different countries, from Argentina, Uruguay, and to present a little bit idea about Copernicus and how we can foster, especially the regional approach. And also would like to thank Pievia, who's here with us, that it's and that's going to be keys, so that the centers come to life. I'm going to talk a little bit about this, because Copernicus in Chile for a couple of years. I came for 2018. Back in 2018, the European Union signed an agreement with 3 countries that are Colombia, Chile, and the idea of this agreement is that these countries could have to have all these images. Copernicus, it's a satellite program, and we can see that the first satellites were launched in 2014. And that's why in 2040, that's why it's a long life program. These are, and therefore we have artimetry and other applications, but they have something special. And that, first of all, that it's a monitoring system, that it's being used everywhere. We talk about everywhere. We talk about the South Cone. It's to say that it's never considered in all the programs. And therefore, I mean, because, one can, the image, it's totally open and free. For example, one can download it, one can use it. Nobody's going to ask you what for. And therefore, this is a program that in certain way, it's symbolic of the collaboration that the European Union is generating with the world. Okay, there was an agreement signed in 2018. This was signed with the Secretariat of Chile. We can say the communications Chile told Chile, okay, you are responsible. That University of Chile, it's the biggest state university, and then the university saw that there was something called the mathematical modeling, where besides there is a big computational center, and they say, okay, you do this. And I think that this is a little bit like how this was born. And okay, what was the idea? Okay, we started working with Copernicus, and well, after a couple of years, and thanks to the cooperation of a lot of people, and especially the Chilean delegation, we worked with the Copernicus centers, where we had the honor of having the visit of the commissioner and the VP. and that did the launching of the project. Okay, what is the idea? What's the idea of this center where we have a couple of missions? The first one is to make the images available, which is very important. We start from a very modest repository of 10 terabytes, then we moved it. Then that means that we can store like 6 images of images of the whole Chile. Copernicus takes like 10 terabytes of information every day. It's a lot of information that we get every day, and what we do is that we go through a storage of 200 terabytes and basically it's like there are several thousands of terabytes. It's what we have, which is going to allow us to store all the information of the whole of LATAM, and people can download it from LATAM, which means that there is a series of advantages regarding the downloading and the availability, which is okay. This images, then Carlos is going to talk about this, but we're going to have a cooperation activity with them. Okay, a second very significant part, it's that many times this process requires a lot of computational images, and especially an image that are called radar images. And what we do is that we are going to have like a cloud where it's like a side of server when we are going to have devices so that people can process from the web and without having to download the image. And therefore, right now, they are projects like this was like the one that Google has. But yes, of course, but if you want to process more, then that's the business starts. And the idea is to generate an ability that people can use this type of service for free using the images of Copernicus. And we do hope that we may have all this service distributed. And there is a third point that it's vital, and it's that many times the satellite images need a validation. They need to validate it when they say, okay, listen, this is the temperature distribution in your country. The people say, why do I have to believe a satellite that it's so far away that measures what's in the ground where I am? Okay, the way to do this is by having data for when there is a displacement in the ground and the displacement of the soil, there is a GPS and other stations, and sometimes the countries have this information. Sometimes it's open, sometimes it isn't. But the question that we have on the table is if we are capable of generating protocols amongst the whole of LATAM and the Caribbean, so that we can share information of this kind and making it public and giving it to the scientific world, to the public, to be able to develop apps that have this. And this is key. And one of the tasks that it's okay, in what way can we generate activities to share information, both public and private, in the way that everybody can and in the best way possible. And later on we're going to have a session to talk about this. Therefore, we're going to invite everybody who wants to participate. And on the other hand, the European Commission told us to generate 3 services. And basically, we have Copernicus, and there are a lot of Copernicus services that Copernicus has when one can see it, and when we developed the coverage of the soil for the whole Latin America and the Caribbean, we can say this is basic for the territorial planning and a series of other applications. And also we want to see what happens with the cities, because right now we have what we call the Atlas of Copernicus, but it's very well developed for cities in Europe, not for cities in America. And that's why the idea is how we can develop this type of things. And it's interesting how the distribution of the temperature in the cities, etc. We have what we call what's the comfort, how we develop vegetation in the cities, etc. for decision making, of this type of things. And okay, so another thing that we can to do, it's a monitoring of the quotas in LATAM. There are many issues. Of course, we suffer from the a red tide in Chile. What happens with the desalination? It's affecting us, and when it's desalinating water, what happens with the pH? What happens with the height? There is a series of questions that are done and that are asked, and the idea is to be able to respond, to answer to these questions. And one important thing is that both for any of these three services, what we were the first to report it, but we can't report this on our own. We need the cooperation of the whole region. We need you to tell us what you need, because I may be able to know what we need in Chile, but I don't know much what happens in the Caribbean, and I would like to know, and I would see what the problems do we have in the Caribbean, what are the problems in Colombia, and to see in what way this can be adapted. And we can say this is ideas, these tools are developed in Europe to respond to Europe's questions. That's why it's so important that based on what we have developed in Europe, we can see how we adapted to answer to our questions and needs. And okay, a timeline. Okay, our project started in the month of March, and right now we're working in computational that has a cost of 2 million euros. What we're going to have, and we do hope in February to be able to have this. And that we can go to work in all the services, and we can start from all of the service within. And this is what I wanted to tell you, what it's our center, and then I'm going to tell you a bit more about what we're doing. Okay, before continuing, we wanted to greet the countries that are here with us, both in the streaming as well, the ones that are here with us. And later on, we're going to have a meeting with them in the room that it's in front. And if somebody else wants to come to see with us, this is going to be after lunch. And we would like to greet the countries that are here: Argentina, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Brazil, Cuba, Guatemala, and Colombia. And as I said, this is done through streaming. And now I am going to give the word to Carlos K. from Copernicus, Panama. Okay, hi, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I think that the biggest difference between the Copernicus Center in Panama and Chile, the difference is that they started many years ago, and they have a data package that was specific for Chile, and before acquiring a hardware, something that Chile already has. And they have installed capacity for the management of that infrastructure, and therefore that's why we have come here to explore what type of technology do we have. But I also think that very tactically, and to talk about the digital alliance and how to take a bigger advantage. And how all this week we've been talking about the Digital Alliance Global Gateway. And we can say that from our country, and also to possess a strategy of science, technology, and innovation. And we've been trying to identify the stakeholders. I think that this is key, for all the countries, and internally, and how to act. But above all, how to understand what are the capacities, to be able to intervene. Okay, we can say that we in Panama have, as we have Copernicus. However, with Red Clara, we've also been working to have a research center for we in Panama had a network to research indications. However, we didn't have the installed capacities to take more advantage of that network. Nowadays, today, 15 years later, we have a scientific community that it's strengthened, but we also has that when they have that they have a lot of research centers along verticals in technology, health, and specifically in health, that where we have just created a clinical research in vaccines. And I always say it, we have the joy of having a National Secretariat of Science that has two vaccines, and they have a lot of experience. And this is what has allowed us to identify between the installed capacities, and also to make it easier for the arrival of that human capital, because both the Secretariat as the different agencies provide funding for the strengthening of the capacities, but we also need to ensure that that talent can be reinserted in the market, either publicly to the research centers or private. And this is where we have in a very important bet, because the Copernicus program in Panama, we have the possibility of having the incubation of the observation of the Earth. This is a quantic leap, and this is something that we've had it take considered for the development. And why Clara? Because, as you can said, we moved from terabytes to petabytes, and therefore for us to start from zero, we're talking about 7 petabytes. That was our first data package, and I always say that we need a lot of bandwidth, but also we need accessible. And Red Clara, it's just a solution, that it's feasible, that it's timely. But if we don't erode that connectivity and that significant, if we don't affect that, and we can see that it's impossible to generate a lot of knowledge that responds to all the social and economical problem of our countries and of our region. And we can say that the mission that we already have in Panama, and its resilience, and also the risk reduction, and also the country hosted the regional drill for disasters. We have 5 hypotheses, and of natural disaster, but we also included a component of cyber attacks, and as I mentioned before, and we don't have just to focus or to think that there can be a cyber attack. I think that what would happen if we have 5 attacks, both natural as biological attacks, and we already went through a pandemic. Nobody wants to remember, but this is something that we need to be vigilant, and not only to have a technological vigilance, but also in biosafety. And I think that Jaime, and I think that we can see that this program was created in 2014, and it's been recording a lot of data, and we can see that the emissions that we have in the GOMAP, and that are also very promising, because the analogy that I do in this case, it's that you can see in your pictures in your cell phones, you can see that the amount of pictures that you have, it doesn't increases with time, and therefore for different types of techniques and studies, you are going to recreate processing, but also if we want to see the climate, you have to use a regression technique, and that it's going to require a lot of data and retrospective data, but at the same time, it's going to require a lot of processing, and this is where, and with Red Clara and with this network, we can have a pool and to be able to cover this. And as you can see, this is just an idea of what it's from 2014 to March, and every time we start adding new missions, this is going to increase. And we need to think about the elasticity and of the execution of this infrastructure, and therefore it hasn't been because we needed to build a national network, but also we have the project of to reduce the latency and the content that we're going to exchange. And okay, we have six services, and we can. The biggest question is, and that if you have one service, the service number 4, which is the emergency management system, this can be a reactive service. Therefore, what we are looking, it's in disaster reduction. It's to have a correct planning of our territory to be able to mitigate the risks. And this, at least, we have a private bank that it's allowing to, because they've been able to have a risk assessment and what they're financing. And as you will know, and if you don't know, because it happened to us, we said that we had never had a hurricanes, and in November 2020, we had 2 hurricanes in less than a month, and therefore we had a loss. There were a lot of losses, human and but also using the charter allowed us. It allowed us to learn that not only did we needed to observe the Earth, but we also needed to have remote sensors, and this is where we have been identifying, along with the Science Secretariat and our research center, the people in the territory, what type of sensors and where to apply them. And okay, I wanted to show this image because it was a very good example of what happened to us in the region that it's a neighbor of Costa Rica. We can see how there was the earth sunk, and it was able to understand what type of policy do we need to have, and what ministry, what agency needs to trigger public policy, either for a new assessment or for a new classification of the soil.
Y de ahí, from there, we needed to understand what stakeholder has the responsibility to manufacture the products. There was a tactical job because we also conducted a study to understand the maturity of 77 institutions that used geographic systems, and the Ministry of Environment had the highest score. And based on the law, the ministry had the jurisprudence and jurisdiction to produce these maps. So there we understood the status of vegetation, what type of vegetation could become a forest, and that helped us understand that our country was a negative carbon, one of 4, only 4 in a country. And this type of maps are available for Europe, but the Ministry of Environment used Copernicus to create the baseline. Now we have an update of the vegetation cover with a 2-year, 5-year update. Before it was every 10, and that's the challenge we have given the climate change. So I think this is what we had for free. The operating cost was huge, and by incorporating other type of constellations and other type of techniques, we have then achieved other type of products and activities, detected environmental offenses. The wood in Panama has very high prices in the dark market, so that helps us identify the type of genetics in the vegetation. And this is not new. This is all the ships and vessels in both sides of the Panama Canal. We have been affected by the El Nino phenomenon and the drought, because water and sea levels are vital to operate the Panama Canal. So So we had this update every month. And this allows us to monitor the lakes and the water bodies and how they have been losing their capacity of storing water. So by understanding that we needed a research center dedicated to all the activities and operations of the canal, the law enabled us to do that, but based on technology and science, we wanted to explore other solutions. So these students came together and put together this image. This was in the month of April. The weather agency had not identified the effect of El Nino, so with this satellite provided by Sentinel-1, they were able to identify that the water body was very similar to the phenomenon that happened in 2016. This also served to argument the politicians it was necessary to ensure the sovereignty of our natural resources in our territory.
Otros ejemplos, tanto Sentinel-1 que es radar.
This is Sentinel-1 on the left, that's a radar, and Sentinel-2. In Panama, we have a very cloudy weather. For that, we have to combine techniques to monitor our territory, but there we believe that the strategic will and political will and private sector have all understood how important this is. And now focusing on our Copernicus Center, we have 6 responsibilities. We cooperate with the European Space Agency. These 3 are important, and it's important to have an engagement with the stakeholders in the region. It is also important to have installed capacity. Otherwise, it is impossible to appropriate these free and open benefits. So it is vital to have a sustainable and proper technology in place.
La dicha de también contar con la disponibilidad de la comisión de poder albergar un centro.
So we have this exhibition center. We incorporated that into the project, and we are including it. We're working to build this museum and this structure designed by an architect, Frank Gehry, and he's married to a Panamanian. And you can see the biodiversity of the structure. It resembles a bird. So please come when you have a chance to visit. So for this journey, I must say it has not been easy to come to the agreement with the defense agency. It took us 2.5 years. We had to work hard and also achieve the agreement with the space agency and implement it in Panama. So we have had a few committee meetings. The commitments are bilateral, both from the Science Secretariat and other stakeholders, such as research centers and universities. We have done awareness activities, and we've taught about these techniques, but the other question is what gaps have to be closed and what we have to share. So we have identified that some of his subjects are taught very late to appropriate this type of knowledge. So we decided to explore if we needed to provide some type of early primary education on the topic. I wanted to include the maturity curve that we defined. We worked with a local partner from the US, and public institutions were found here. We had a second round with 32 institutions, and as you can see, more and more there is this automatic implementation, but knowledge is critical because they have to provide the baseline to then contribute to academia, the private sector. Then we understood that there were certain secondary schools doing teledetection that blew my mind. So I drove there myself for 4 hours to see what they were doing, and they were working with a disaster program from NASA. And with the people in the territory, they were doing teledetection, supervision and monitoring of vegetation. And not only that, then we learned there were fellows and undergraduate students working in research and presenting their research posters and papers in international conventions, and they were mixing technologies. That also blew us away, because if you see the graph, students from schools and universities were appropriating the technology, but the staff from public institutions were lagging behind. And that's the evidence that the evidence is there. So we have the Copernicus opportunity. There are gaps to close. We work very close with the Secretariat to propose a strengthening program, and I have included in green GNSS. That's for navigation. That's important because the European Commission is going to have this regulation for traceability of products and services, and we have to comply with this type of regulation. So the question is, well, what comes first, the chicken, the hen of the egg? But these issues are going to come handy given all the regulations that are going to be pushed forward. And as I said, national articulation. We've worked with the Secretariat. They have supported the research centers in different islands here in the Pacific of our country, establishing a monitoring station, and my colleagues from Chile have this too, but it doesn't mean that other countries cannot have this type of remote sensors for natural disasters.
Nosotros en septiembre tuvimos un kickoff nacional con...
We had a national kickoff with the researchers, but also included a civil protection system. Given the tragic experience with Iota hurricane in November 2020, they started to work on a strategy to mitigate not only natural disasters, but also the articulation with different institutions with science as evidence for decision making. We didn't do this on our own. We have partners. We have the Red Clara, Luis, and the whole team that have been doing workshops and meetings with our data and researchers, educating and deciding where to go, aligning with the innovation agendas and technology agendas of the country, and articulating to with areas that we didn't think were relevant. But for example, in the health sector, there is a high interest to characterize the vegetation in the Darien gap to produce medication. And a few weeks ago, we signed a declaration to have a national research network.
Un trabajo particular de estos jóvenes de colegios secundarios.
I wanted to show this project by school students. This type of project has the quality of a university undergraduate. I asked Francisco if we could show this to the PhD researchers first, for them to feel embarrassed and also to raise the bar and a little bit of envy, because if they did it, this is secondary school students, so they're gonna have to teach others in their laboratories and their territories to solve the problems, which will continue to grow.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. Now to close, I'll give you Jaime Ortega, Chile Copernicus. He'll talk about the Copernicus services and specifically Copernicus Chile.
No sé si hay algo. No sé.
¿Nos podrían poner la tercera presentación, por favor?
Bueno, a mí voy a pedir disculpas.
I didn't make a reference to the Red Clara colleagues. I'm sorry, but I love you guys. But Red Clara and the Bella program were key for doing this project, so I'm sorry. And just rest assured that you're very important. I prefer not to just name everybody because I always forget to name someone. I'll talk about the service. There are several services that Copernicus provide. Some of them are global, some others are not. There is climate change, coastline monitoring, atmospheric monitoring, line monitoring service for the cities. There is a security service, but that's not open for outside of Europe. Disaster management. Somebody in out of 10 disasters, 9 preferred to come to Chile. We have had earthquakes, among other disasters, so we can adapt these services for our region. First, soil coverage maps. Many decisions are important. Today we're speaking about energy transition, and Chile has this green hydrogen boom, producing hydrogen for the world. We have solar energy and we have the winds in the Patagonia, so they're installing wind farms. So the question is, what happens with the ecosystems? What happens with the ecosystems that are around those solar farms? So they say green energy transition, maybe it is not as green. Copernicus and satellites can help us answer those questions. Now we're speaking about lithium in Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia. They're speaking about the lithium triangle, but I prefer to call it the circle of lithium. And the question is, lithium is going to reduce the use of oil and fossil fuel. What's the impact on the ecosystem? And there were protests and demonstrations. People are complaining that they were being deprived of their water. So the question is, what about the glaciers, deforestation, environmental impact? And with the data of the tool, there are lots of classifications, but when we do this soil coverage maps, there's several.
The Global Land Service has a classification of the coverage of the soil. There is another ones that use MODIs, and also that it's a different and has its own classification, and for climate change, and also the FAO has another one as well. But the question is, all of this are pressed or not for Latam and the Caribbean, because
O están pensadas para el hemisferio norte, ¿verdad? Y no para Latinoamérica.
if they are thought for Latin America considered, and therefore one of the first missions and one of the first goals after we've talked about, and we have a first classification proposal, and we would like with the experts of the region, to be able to talk about, okay, maybe this is the one that it's, maybe there are some things that we're interested in about, maybe they're able to see in which way can I not differentiate what it's a rainforest, what it's not a rainforest, and what it's or when people talks about normal classifications, we have coffee, or do we have sugar cane? Of course, many times it has happened that, okay, therefore a first question that we should do, and it's part of what we hope to have as follows. It's to talk about people in the region, and to say, okay, what's going to be our classification and for the coverage and the usage of the soil. This is one of the first questions that I think that it's the first question that we need to ask ourselves to see what are our real needs, and what we want. It's and therefore this is not something that we're just going to do with our map, and therefore we're going to use the computational capacities, and then a friend was telling me that it's more artificial than artificial intelligence, but this is something else. And how can we generate a science or an algorithm, and then a mathematical, the idea is how do we generate science to generate better algorithms so that we can do this. So we have obligations. So therefore, we would like to have a map about the coverage of the soil, but at the same time to have a new map. And this for many countries, I know there are countries that are working on this. I was talking with some colleagues in Argentina that tell us, hey, yes, we're working on our map and we're considering people. Yes, there are people doing this. Therefore, let's get together and see how we can do this together to benefit the whole region. The idea is to develop maps of this kind, and in this automatic manner. When one wants to do this, things automatically, one needs to have a neural network, and because I need this to be supervised methods, and this is what we're working in. That's why we're working on developing an algorithm, but that's why we needed to talk about this and to talk about with the different people in the region where we can see to this, which is the satellite, to be able to recognize the different kinds of species. On the other hand, the urban area, it's some things that we need to agree. What are we going to define as urban? There are so many classifications that define, for example, the populations, the populational density, etc. Once again, we need to have common protocols to be able to define what are we going to define as urban or not, what are going to be the main variables. And therefore, basically, when one wants to have questions, for example, what's the temperature? How do we, what are the, therefore, we like climate change, because each time we have more climate change, therefore, we have the rain, that we have 100 of, oh yeah, we have, for example, like rivers in the city, and we need to start to define the variables and the products that we want. We need to generate a product and to say from 10 meters to 20 meters. Therefore, we needed to see and what it's the relevant. Therefore, we needed to define, and I would like to say that it will be the capital, but I think that this is very important, and we would like to include this.
Pero eso tenemos que conversarlo nuevamente con ustedes.
And therefore, I would like to think if with you, and you can say me, yes, maybe there are other cities, maybe I'm interested in other cities, therefore there are so many cities. And for example, there were some studies that say that Cartagena was sinking, and that's important when we say what are the areas that can't be flooded, and that we needed to work on this type of things. And the same thing that happens to us, that in the southern part of the world, the Caribbean, for us, it's far away, but we also need to think, what do our colleagues from the Caribbean think, what are their needs? And we have the very demographic elements, and we have a big task, because in Europe, people do things easier. There are agreements. There are a lot of agreements, and they have a path, and we don't. And we have a social heterogeneity, demographic heterogeneity amongst the whole of LATAM and the Caribbean. That's why we needed to start to generate some agreements. And okay, what things are we interested on? Okay, when we talk about the city, yes, we need to define parameters. For example, and we also need to define what are the important variables, what are going to be, because we can see and very complex areas in LATAM, it's filled with mining, and this generates like deposits, and this is very complex. In Brazil, unfortunately, we have a very critical, and where the we have all types of, there were deposits that were flooded with mud that had arsenic, mercury, and all types of heavy metals and flooded a whole area, and a lot of people died. We have to see how we avoid this, we have a lot of things that is how do we build, what are the areas that are so important, the urban areas, and what about the distribution of the vegetation. We always see that vision that the one that have more areas are the richest areas, and the poorest areas sometimes don't have a lot of parks, and of course this affects the quality of people. How can we monitor and how we can see how we, and therefore because for example when it's, but we need to see how we can see this, how we do the cities much more comfortable. And of course, this is something that the satellites can help us out to see what happens with this type of things. A little bit product, because I was showing a map. We can also see temperature distributions, and we can see a series of variables. The satellites are wonderful. Therefore, one can generate a lot of tools, and one of them you can see the temperature maps, and have the superficial temperature. What are the areas? And therefore they're gonna say, okay, we have, and okay, people say, can the idea is to answer this and to say in what way can we use these tools and make them useful for all. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your, as Jaime well said, after lunch, we're going to be talking with the countries that are here with us. Therefore, we would also like to invite you to get to know a little bit more about this, and we'll leave you with the next presentation.
Me comentan acá que hay tiempo para preguntas. ¿Hay alguien que quiera?
Does anybody want to ask or make a, does anybody have any questions?
So I just lifted my hand. Thank you so much for, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's truly interesting, and it really shows the power of technology to help us to solve social problems. I noted that Belize was not considered. I would just like to take the opportunity to highlight that my country would be certainly interested in collaborating. We have one of the largest, or the only premier blue bond today. What that means for us is that we have to extensively monitor our progress in the conservation and protection of our marine life, as well as our local protected areas and habitat. And I could see the potential of this initiative to support our country, focus in ensuring that we are meeting our commitments, but at the same time helping to solve social problems such as urban challenges that we also face. So I would definitely be interested to further have a dialogue to see how Belize can also be a partner in this initiative.
Thanks a lot. It's very good to see this kind of things. We're focusing, try to get the contacts. We are talking with the people of EU-LAC also, the CEPAL people, and the idea is to try to construct this network collaboration, and we will be happy if you can be part of this network, your country also, and we need you. Thanks a lot. about the marine service, I don't talk too much, but it's one of the tasks of our project. But we start with the other two ones. But we I think that the next year we will beginning with this study. Again, we need to define which will be the KPI and so on. For that reason, I think this is a very important problem in Caribbean. You live in Iceland, and for that reason, it's very important also to talk about this specific idea. Thanks.
Thank you very much for a very interesting, thought-provoking presentation. I'll be honest, a lot of the science would have gone over my head, but I think for us as Trinidad and Tobago and as an island state, the issue, of course, of disaster mitigation is important, not just for Trinidad and Tobago, of course, but for all of the Caribbean islands and our susceptibility to disasters. But I'm also thinking of areas such as food security and noting what you've done in terms of predictive modeling. So how can we know where maybe an area might have some flooding and then inform our farmers so that they can take some sort of action? The issue of sea level rise and how that's impacting a number of our islands. So I'm seeing the practical solutions that can come from having the information in real time. So of course, we are very interested in this. It will require, I think, our universities and so forth also being involved, because as I said, given what we do, some of the technology in terms of what you're doing with respect to Earth observation and so forth is something that I think our universities will be very, very interested in terms of working closely with you. So I have some homework to do in terms of ensuring that the information is communicated to them. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. In that regard, I believe that one of the things that much help us, not taking account that Fran and myself has worked and studied together in the past, but also mainly because we came from science. So we understand and identify stakeholders, but also what jurisprudence is under the certain actors. For example, for the Ministry of Environment, the former director of GIS now is the Vice Minister, and she also was a researcher and a professor at the Universidad Tecnológica of Panama. So that gave us like a champion for itself. So now that we have the vegetation and land of use map, all that data is accessible for download. Back in the past, professors were teaching in university using data from other cities in the States, for example. So once you kind of identify actors and how they articulate, they tend to give us an alignment to you to where to start. Probably that's one option on having specifically quasi real time. There's a pre-work work. A pre-work have to be done because, as I explained in the cabinet a couple of months ago, it's not that like on a rackwood or something like that that you can see and then you just place your wand. It's actually a very detailed work, and you have to train the capacity building in humans, because then humans do their magic, and it takes a quite of time to understand what is happening in land or sea or whatever you're after. So that's something that we can exchange a lot of our experience to gather universities, but also tend to blend that that public entities have to use data and science to have more sustainable decisions, not just because we believe. And that's why I think that having a national science president in the council who actually performs research and science sustain each of one of us the decisions, and we are more than welcome to continue the chat afterwards.
Damos la palabra a Uruguay. Rosario.
Primero, gracias Cuba por permitirme. Thank you. I will not talk for representing Uruguay. I will talk to respond to Trinidad and Tobago. I'm the chair of the group of experts of the National Union. I'm the chair of the academic network of the United Nations of the group regarding the use of geographical information. So for the Americas, so we are the academic network representing the use of all this information. So we are a network of universities that we have university from Trinidad and Tobago and other universities of the different countries that are here. We were invited, the Center of Modelado de Matemático, they are members of our network, so they invite us to come. That's why they are part, and this project will be part of our network in order to be able to be sure that they will be replied, in order to all universities know that they are doing, in order not only to share the information but also to work them together, and also to help to share this information. So they talk about the land use and the different tags of what they're going to represent, to work together as universities. So thank you for sharing, and not only today, that yesterday you also talk about university, the academic view that I think is so important. So thank you for sharing that. And of course, we are working with Chile so close in order to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a few words, as the European Commission is one of the major financing partners behind Copernicus and this work in Chile and Panama. So maybe just to clarify, because I've now heard a couple of contributions, the ambition here is to have 2 regional centers. So the one in Chile will be regionalized, and the one in Panama has a regional ambition. So these are not individual centers that would work individually. And this is, I think, a fantastic opportunity for you to be here and to have the team here. You can talk to them, you can meet them, but also after the meeting. But this is really a message I wanted to share with all of you. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jaime, for your presentation. This is endless applications and uses from the Andean community. I had contacted you to analyze the possibility to present an initiative, but beyond the use of imagery, are there any specific projects that require some type of a specificity in terms of arrangements between the Copernicus and the countries, in this case a group of countries that want to implement a project that has already some funding allocated? The project that is ongoing requires the use of satellite and specific applications for a project of prevention of diseases from exports in the Andean region. Today I focused on the regional centers. We have very specific responsibilities, and the funders of these centers we have been working with the EU and with the delegation of the EU in Chile, and we're doing other projects. Now we are looking into the aquifers and glaciers. So all these projects should have a regional impact. So that's what we want to do. I'm not gonna say that this has to be done from Chile, but there should be regional projects for the region. And some of them are going to be specific. And that oftentimes requires agreements between countries and universities. So it is important for us to understand how we can make this information available. Maybe we can sign agreements between universities without having to go to foreign ministers. Maybe we can speak with universities. So ideally, we have to look into it on a case by case because we are different and every project is different. But depending on the project, also there's something that's more technical, and it is that when we share information, certain information has certain protocols. When the information was taken and the conditions, so these protocols are also delivered for the information to be validated. Those are some things that we still have to work out, and of course we'll keep the dialogue open there. Carlos, something else? Yes. Based on the understanding we have from the data we've collected, this is a value chain. This vegetation map, the ones using that information in my country is the Agriculture Ministry to design public policies and understand where the farming activity is happening, where pig production, cattling is happening, and where the rice or the maize or soy is being planted, so that we can ensure food security. But this is a value chain. So an institution produces the data, they make the data available, and then the data is delivered. That brings and adds the value. This is a value chain again, up to the value that you see in your smartwatch or in your smartphone, and understand if there's going to be enough rice this season for everyone. So this is a holistic view, and remember, this is a value chain. That's where we are aiming.
Quite an interesting development. I was looking forward to your presentation. I'm glad everything was sorted out. I can see some real applications for this technology within the Caribbean, because one of the key goals for us is to build resilience within, when it comes to our environment, farming, fisheries, and especially tourism. So there are some critical benefits here in the ability to predict weather conditions, temperature, all of those things. Great stuff. I have a question about the public perception of the use of that data, because we appreciate that you're collecting a lot of data. And I'm wondering, are there issues of distrust, maybe questions about the responsible use of that data? And if that has come up, how have you addressed any of these?
One thing. Firstly, all the data of Copernicus are completely free and completely open. They match. When we are talking about the use of the information, we want to firstly work with the governmental institutions in the countries. This is very important for us. I will not publish a data telling we have a problem with this aquifer or with salt flat because we don't have water. I prefer to give the data to your public institution, and the public institution do what they want with the data. In general, we need to be very responsible with the products. For that reason, when we want to develop products, we can put public some part of them, but if there are something which is sensible, I need to talk with we need to talk and have some agreement with the governments. I think this is very important. I don't know if with this I can respond a few.
Yeah, I think that first of all, right now you can download data without our facilities being live. That's the first thing. What we are aiming is to reduce latency on having the data of LAC in our sites. Then having certain products available so countries and their institution can pull that data and products up to whatever specifics country needs, meaning that we are not dealing personal data. That's one thing that has to be clear. I don't know if we can then speak more about all the details, but I'm very open to contribute to any other question you have.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, but I am a bit confused on the. I'll speak in Spanish. Sorry, easier for me.
I'm a bit confused in terms of that accessibility, because I understand that you gather it and deliver it to the government entities asking for it. But for example, those that won the hackathon that use the data, they have access to this information, right? Last year, my daughter was 10 and she registered, she signed in. It is like just creating a Gmail account. And with teledetection technique, you understand if there is natural vegetation or artificial vegetation. Signing up is very easy. So saying that you gather the information and give it to government entities, there is another layer, given the seasonality and the availability of the data set. If my daughter signed up, she was not going to be able to find all the seasonality. It's got a certain amount of data. There are two things to make clear. Images are open and free. The total set is going to be available for Latin America and the Caribbean since Copernicus was created. Anyone can download. A different thing is when you take the image and you develop a product with all that information. And there the question is, depending on the type of product, some of them could be open or some others can be a specific request from a ministry. If the ministry asked me for something specific for them, I cannot publish that openly and make it public. The ministry is going to decide that. Our commitment is we have the images, they're free. Some specific products are going to be open, like the ones from Europe, but no products can be created that don't have to be open necessarily. You start to monitor the salars in Latin America and the triangle of lithium. If I realize or if I notice that they're just going dry, I'm not going to publish that. I'm going to give that to the ministry. I'm not going to do that so people just come here and go crazy about that. Am I clear? And to complement, something else we are developing in Europe is a private ecosystem of observation solutions using the capacity of the machine. And in the framework of the Alliance and through our programs, we are contacting startups in Latin America and Europe so that they can develop software that can create and produce and sell those programs, because it could be just any ministry that is asking for something to the center. It can also be a Colombian company that does some sprinkling and maybe they need or they want something. Since the imagery is free, they can use it as an input. What is not free is the whole production of that product that's going to be applicable to that specific region, but any private company can do it. So that creates the ecosystem and creates the flow of information. Okay, but in the long term, we also want to build the capabilities in the region to capitalize on this tool and develop startups in Latin America so that the resources input can be used similar to what happens in other communities. Some communities cannot use it because we don't have the data, the data set or the skills to make them valuable. Something that we want to highlight from the two centers is to identify the regional stakeholders. Both centers have a need to develop the services that we planned for. In Panama, we have started to make this characterization. We have 40 researchers and technologists that are interested in developing apps based on Copernicus, and also the Red Clara has contacted us to work with Copernicus, but we want to expand more. We want to understand what interest they have as countries and researchers so that we can improve the product. And then we want to do local capabilities. The two centers are going to be working hand in hand. So in this first stage, we want to collect that information from you and collaborate so that we can work together. Thank you again, everyone. So this is the closing for this conversation. Now we can break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just one housekeeping announcement. There will be buses leaving at 2 o'clock for the Hotel Caribe. Thanks.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you all. I would like to take advantage of the presence of Miguel Gonzalez here, the director of the training center. So let's please stand up, please, Miguel. We're going to give it up, and please, round of applause. Nice temperature, everything. Thank you. We've been very comfortable. Thank you.